May I have your attention, please? I'd like to recognize Mr. Holden.
If you like, I'm going to pray. I invite you to bow with me if you like. Father God, thank you for, Lord, the blessing of children. Lord, thank you for the students and the families in this district. Lord, I pray that you just help us as we conduct the business here to bring you honor and glory in everything we do, make decisions that are in the best interests of your children. In Christ's name, amen.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. I'd like to call the meeting to order. If you would, please stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Welcome to everybody, and thank you for being here with us tonight. Our first item on the agenda is the chairman's report, which is the consent agenda. And the consent agenda includes the approval of the agenda, the approval of board meeting minutes for October 13th, 2025, the approval of any overnight field trips, and the approval of the check registry. So we would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we approve the chairman's consent agenda as presented.
Thank you, Ms. Fowler. We have the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Skinner. A motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Thank you. And I'd like to point out, too, that we have Ms. McDowell, who will join us probably shortly by computer. I don't think she's in yet, but she may join us at any time. Thank you. Our next item is the superintendent's report.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rollins. Welcome to everybody here tonight, here at our district office and watching online. We are happy to host you on a chilly Monday night. I don't believe anybody saw that coming, but welcome. Have lots of celebrations and recognitions tonight. We're going to start, just giving everyone the order. We're going to spotlight our best, continue that segment, and we've got Campobello Grambling tonight. That'll be followed by a preview from our cast of Frozen. I cannot wait for everybody to see that. And then last but not least, recognition of our outgoing school board members that are rotating off the board. But before I do that, I would like to say thank you to our community for supporting the referendum last Tuesday night with a 78% approval. So I'd like to thank everyone in this room and then in our community for supporting us as we move forward with phase 2 of our building plan, and it's going to take off from here. But thank you so much. Now I'll turn it over to Mr. Darby with Campobello Grambling.
The school board, Dr. Smith, my name's Jeremy Darby. I'm the proud principal of Campobello Grambling School, and I'm going to give you the 5-minute version of everything that I'm proud of about CGS, including some new initiatives and some things that we're very proud of that we're doing this year. Instead of giving you a presentation, I've actually turned it into a video to keep me honest with my comments and try to keep it quick. So if you'll just bear with me, I'll definitely have some time at the end for some questions. But we are doing a number of things at Campobello Grambling School this year that we're extremely proud of. Some new initiatives and continuing some things that are tried and true practices that we're also proud of at CGS. If you don't know this, Campobello Grambling School is one of the last remaining K-8 schools in the state. We love it that way. Right now our enrollment's at 828 students across K-4 all the way through 8th grade. And if you look at those grade configurations, there's not really a rhyme or reason to it anymore. There's just kind of an ebb and a flow. CGS, of course, stands for Campobello Grambling School, but we've also made it to mean caring for others, giving your best, and serving the school, which is our behavior matrix that we have all of our expectations and competencies housed under for our Wildcat students. We are trying to do a much better job of student recognition at CGS this year, not just recognizing academics, but also recognizing character traits. And we've really focused here lately on perfect attendance by the 9 weeks to really capitalize on recognizing students for those attendance achievements. One of the things I've done over the last 4 years at CGS is I've implemented a Monday podcast where all of the students hear from me. To keep it fresh, I've included celebrity AI voices this year. It's been really popular, especially when we had Taylor Swift announce the birthdays and Travis Kelce did SportsCenter. It was great. Teacher and staff recognition, we're trying to do a better job of recognizing our staff members. One thing that we did very recently with the help of my PTO, we recognized every staff member that had a 9 weeks perfect attendance. They got a prize and a reward for that. We're going to continue that on into the next 9 weeks too. As you can tell from the theme of what I'm talking about, attendance really matters. We feel like since the COVID-19 pandemic, attendance has almost become optional in schools, and we need to reverse that. When we have a student in front of their actual teacher, that's when the best kind of learning happens. So that's a big focus of ours this year. Service learning is important at CGS. We've already raised a ton of money for Kids in Lids for the Susan G. Komen Foundation. We just hosted our Veterans Breakfast this past Friday, which was a great event. We love opportunities to serve and love on our community. Take a breath. Got ahead. There we go. Multilingual education is big at CGS. We had something new this year. We did a ML graduate ceremony. We had 23 students exit the program. Dr. Smith came over, and we had an actual graduation for those students. It was a huge accomplishment for them to be able to exit that and to have multiple languages under their belt. College and career readiness is important. We have all 3 governor schools visit CGS and present. We take our kids to NGU, SEC, all of our career centers, trying to show them as many opportunities that are ahead of them as possible after middle school. Relationships are so important to us. Every student at CGS has identified an on-campus mentor, and they've written that trusted adult a letter earlier in the year identifying them as their trusted adult. What's up there is actually an 8th grade student who has written their 1st grade teacher. Academic excellence, I'm not going to lie to you, we were hurt last year when we got our report card and we were ranked as an average school. We have done everything over the past year to reverse that. We're proud to be back in the rating of good. We were only 2 points shy of excellent. We're going to get it next year. Trying to do a better job of communicating with our parents and our stakeholders. I do a monthly newsletter. I do a CGS planner that shows them all of the events of the year in advance. We're also trying our hands at some new theme days. We're doing 6-7 day on the 67th day of school. That's going to be fun. I'm going to have to pause it right there because I'm getting behind. Yep. Let me go back on that. I don't run out of time. There we go. Yeah, we're doing 6-7 day on Monday, November the 17th. It's the 67th day of school. I don't know if you saw the graphic, but it said that we're honoring all the ridiculous sayings of middle schoolers that day. So we're doing some fun stuff. Y'all, the kids learned about this over the weekend, and they were so hyped up about it this morning. I had a hard time wrangling them in. We're also going to be celebrating World Diabetes Awareness Day this coming Friday by wearing blue. So we're trying to keep our themes a little fresh for our kids and put some things that are really important right out in front of them. CGS 4 is something we started last year that we're really proud of. It stands for Sweet Strategies for Student Success. This is not just an internal effort, but we actually have folks from our district office, department heads come and visit CGS on this day. We do this quarterly, and we discuss students. We discuss everything from their attendance needs down to their socioeconomic needs, and it's a great opportunity to kind of slow the pace of education down and really hone in on what the individual student needs. This is something that I have to give complete credit to my instructional coach, Kay Foxworth. This was her brainchild. She's done an amazing job with it, and we've actually been fortunate enough to have other schools come and visit us while we're doing CGS 4 to see how they can adapt that to their own campuses. We're very proud of CGS 4. And I would invite any of you, if you ever want to see it in action, we do it quarterly. It's been great. Dr. Smith has seen it in action. It's been something great. We love our community partnerships. We've developed partnerships with the Cliffs Outreach. Those folks have recently just funded a book vending machine for Campobello Grambling School we're excited about. I've done a lot with Pasden, McMillan, and Smith and Fifth Third Park and the Hub City Spartanburgers, trying to get them involved in our school's culture. We love our partnerships at Campobello Grambling School. And that's pretty much it. in less than 5 minutes. Just a lot of things that we're super proud of at CGS. I know that was rapid fire. Let me know if there's any questions I can answer, anything I need to expound on.
Jeremy, y'all, as I went through, y'all know one of our district goals is student and staff attendance, and want to give CGS a shout out. They are leading the league in student attendance and staff attendance, and because the administration's placed a major focus on it, so doing a very good job with that. And he loves the Spartanburgers. He wasn't going to go into great detail on that, but there's lots of viral videos of Mr. Darby at Spartanburgers games. So that's that community partnership he's most proud of.
Had Chuck out at the school a couple times now, so.
Yeah, Chuck
That's
and
right.
he are best friends, and he
Chuck
wants
and
everybody
Bert.
to know it. But
That's right.
thank you, Mr. Darby.
Thank you.
Great job.
Thank y'all.
Now I'm going to turn it over to Miss Center and our Frozen cast.
Hi guys, good evening. How's everybody doing? Good. Awesome. Do y'all recognize these two characters? Okay. So we are. Oh goodness. Oh, okay. I'm so used to projecting. Okay. So we are so excited and delighted that you guys are going to get to see Frozen the Broadway musical. So it is a really big honor for Spartanburg One to be able to do this production. We are the first of any high school, college, professional, anything production to be able to do this in the Carolinas. I think the second production that's going to happen is somewhere in North Carolina. I can't remember, but that's okay because we get to be first, which is really exciting. And there's a lot of amazing people that are going to come see this show, and hopefully you guys will be part of that amazing crew. And I brought some fun little flyers. So if you forget when the snow times are, yes, that was intentional. Yes, and the posters upside down, all that fun stuff. We would love for you guys to see all these incredible students. We have at least one student from every single school here in District 1, which is super duper exciting. And there's 63 kiddos, and they're just all absolutely fantastic, including these two beautiful ladies who are seniors. I'm going to put this down because, I'm not handling my props well whatsoever. There we go. Okay. So we have Lily Cawthron from Chapman High School, and she is a senior, and she has been doing theater in Spartanburg One since she was the first grade or second grade? Third grade. I've lost track. So since she played Marta in The Sound of Music in 2017, and here she is graduating, and she's playing Elsa. And then we have Iris Baxter Ferguson, who is at Landrum. She is also a senior. And I've also known Iris since she was a baby, like a baby. So when she grew up with my kiddo, has been doing theater, and daughter of Dr. Tim Baxter at Landrum. And I'm just so excited to see you go from being in Cat on a Hot Tin Roof to being Anna. So they are going to sing for you guys. Enjoy. Y'all just stand kind of catty-cornered so that they can see you in the audience.
What do you want, Anna? It's okay.
What do you want?
Well, I don't know. I'll never know. I'm still thinking about it.
She'll let us know.
Yeah, just a second. We'll think about it. What do you want, Anna?
This, just you and I talking and chatting and taking up space. And you You look so at peace, which I did not predict after what all took place. I'm so sorry. I didn't know, I couldn't see. I knew you were hiding, but selfishly thought you were hiding from me. That's why I've come all this way, to look in your eyes and say, I can't lose you, not again. I can't lose you like then. If you could see yourself the way I do, then you'd see why I can't lose you.
Wait, happy you came, but it's not safe to stay here and talk. Don't get close. This is all so brand new. Let me first learn to crawl before I try to walk. I'm at home here, out in the cold, up in the air, but it all turns to chaos near people I love and with how much I care. Please don't remind me to feel. Believe me, the danger is real. I can't lose you, not again. I can't lose you like then. You don't know the things that I can do. Keep your distance, 'cause I can't lose you.
You have to listen. I've come here to tell you that everything's different, that I understand.
I know you mean well, but the air's getting colder. Just leave me alone. Let me get this in hand.
I'm here for you. We can fix this together for once. Try to trust me, I'm begging you now.
Don't you see I'm the storm, and you make it worse? I would fix it, but I don't know how. I can't lose you, try to see.
Why can't you turn to
I'm
me?
trying to tell you that I can't lose you like before. As much as I wish I can't open that door. If you loved yourself the way I do, then you'd see why I can't lose you. Voice crack.
Thank you so much, ladies. You need to take a bow. That was amazing. And there's a couple of folks that did not give themselves credit. Dr. Carrie Ponder, theater teacher at Chapman High School, and Dr. Tim Baxter Ferguson at the back, theater teacher at Landrum High School. This would not be possible without the both of you. So thank you so much for all of your hard work. Unbelievable amounts of time go into this production. So we hope that you will join us for our Frozen production that's just around the corner. And so, Dr. Ponder, if you're okay, I'll leave those flyers at the back with the agendas.
Y'all take all of them and tell all your friends, and you can see this scene with this gorgeous set that Dr. Tim Baxter is creating, and I'm pretty proud of my costumes, except this one I can't take any credit for. We're Amy Cosgrove, So really, my co-costume designer is Amy Cosgrove. She and Grandma did this one, and it's beautiful. It was like, it's like a village to create this, by the way. We have like such incredible parents and grandparents. I wish I could take a video of how incredible the support is that we have in this community. It's just like, it's unparalleled. So, thank you guys.
Thank you so much. Let's give them one more round of applause.
Thank you so much, Lily, Iris, Dr. Ponder, Dr. Baxter Ferguson. That was incredible. And like Erica was saying, this takes so many people, and I'm so proud. I've been able to go to some of the practices, and we were there today for the picture. And like Carrie mentioned, we had 63. Let's hunker down on that number for a second. We have 63 students from all over the district in this production. at least one from each school. We have 10 schools. To bring all these students together to perform, I will tell you, you need to get tickets now. And I'm talking to the community. It will be a sellout all 4 nights. It is incredible, and I'm so proud of our students. I'm so thankful that we are in a district that focuses and celebrates the arts, because it is such an avenue for our children, such a release and such a way to grow them. So we're very, very, very proud of them. While I'm speaking of that, I do want to give highlight to our bands. The Chapman High School Band competed 2 or 3 weeks ago at BHP in the preliminary and state championship. They advanced to the state championship. They did a theme that honored our baseball roots in Inman this year. Somebody sitting here with me was one of our honorees, Coach Skinner. And it was fabulous, and they finished 6th in the state. So I'd like a round of applause for the Chapman Band. Equally as impressive, our Landrum High School Band performed beautifully. And 2 weeks ago, down in North Central High School, they competed in the prelims, and they also advanced. It's not a given to advance to the state championship. You have to earn it. They advanced to the state championship, had a wonderful show. Mr. Nix and Clark Bagwell did a wonderful job, and our students, they finished 11th in the state. So also a round of applause for our Landrum Band students. And now, Mr. Rollins, will you meet me up here at the podium? We have special recognition. Test, check. All righty, you know it's serious when I'm coming up the podium. We have some special recognition at this time, and we'll go in alphabetical order. We've got some very special folks that are rotating off our school board, and we just want to take a moment to thank them publicly, and present them with a plaque, and we've also ordered them. We always ask them what they want. It's tradition here. You can get a rocking chair or a cool clock with your name on it. I believe all of our folks rotating off this year voted rocking chair. So we have ordered those. Those are not here tonight. If you want to take a spin of one, there's one in my office. You can test it out. But we're very grateful for our board members. The things that happen in this district are not possible without these people. And I don't do this enough, and I apologize as to thank them enough, because these are unpaid positions. This is democracy at its finest. It is the lowest level of government, and I feel like it's the most accountable and most accountable to the people. And they really listen and try to listen to our people, and they are wonderful public servants. So thank you all 9 of you, and especially our 3 that are rotating off. We're going to start by recognizing Miss Debbie Baker with 4 years of service. Miss Baker, come forward. Let's get a picture first, Debbie. Thank you, Debbie. Miss April Fowler.
I just want to say, not a lot. It's been an emotional week for us, but I didn't want the night to end without saying thank you guys for the opportunity to be able to serve. It's not been an easy 4 years. You think 4 years will go by very quickly, but a lot has happened in 4 years, and I'm just very grateful to have been a part of it. Thank you guys so much.
April had 4 years of service as well. I neglected to say that. And last but not least, Mr. Mark Holden with 12 years of service. Mark?
Well, I won't be too long, but I may not be able to keep up Mr. Darby's pace. That was pretty good. I first just want to say I'm grateful to have the opportunity to serve this district. It's been an honor to serve the families that are here. I would just like to share a little bit about why I joined and volunteered and what I'm very proud of from this district, and then maybe a little bit about our future. But before I do that, I'd like to thank my beautiful wife. Shannon has been at home taking care of everything else while I'm up here with these people for hours and hours on end, and I really appreciate it. And she's also a partner from people talk to students, talk to Shannon, families talk to Shannon. She's a great partner, and I love you, and I appreciate it. Why in the world would you volunteer for a position like this? Would be a question. Well, first of all, Shannon and I from here, right? We went to school in District 1. Our children all, of course, went to school here. My mother was a teacher. My uncle was a principal. Deep roots. I love this district. I really do. I love the people here. I love the families here. And I wanted the opportunity to serve. And I thought I might be able to bring some perspective from my role at work, being sort of an international role, being able to bring that perspective here and also focus on excellence in academics. So I agreed to serve, and it has been an absolute blessing. I also joined to sort of protect and preserve the faith-based small-town values that is beautiful about this district. And I become to realize that I had a lot of supporters that would help make that happen. But it's a fantastic district to be a part of. I'm very proud of it. I just wanted to share 3 things that I'm really super proud of over the last 12 years. I'm a senior today. I'm graduating after 12 years. The first one is the people in the district. I mean, the teachers. I would leave work and come to the school and be amazed and inspired. You know, it's a sacrifice to volunteer here, but I always left with more than I brought. I was encouraged by teachers in the floor, giving all they got. Teachers staying up late at night to be prepared for the next day. Teachers who were organized and committed. I wish I could have that same type of passion in the manufacturing environment. It's beautiful to see, and I would always leave after the school visits going, wow, man, that's great. Did you see that sign that teachers had little badges? Guess what I did when I went back? I said, hey, we're going to have badges. We're going to do some of the things that the school is doing to motivate students, to motivate teachers. But it's not just teachers. I remember in COVID, we had the opportunity to go and pass out meals with the bus drivers. And you know what the bus drivers know? They know the stories of the kids. You would leave one house, and the bus driver could tell you, now this next home, they've got 3 kids. One kid's sick, and this mother has got, these problems. They loved the kids that were coming to the bus. They knew them in a deep way. And it was not just that time, but many times I realized, we're just not providing knowledge. We're providing security. We're providing hope. In this case, we were providing meals to students and families. This district is doing that. I'm proud of the people of this district. I'm proud of the accomplishments of the district. We could go on and on about the accolades that the district has: nationally recognized, blue ribbon, state recognized literacy, state championships, you can just name it. This is a fantastic district, and I'm proud of the accomplishments. But I didn't plan this, but one of the things I'm most proud of is being a very small district and having the excellence in the arts that we have. Tonight was just a little taste of that, but you could go back in Little Mermaid, you could go back further and see really professional productions for District 1. That wasn't available when Shannon and I were going through school. And it's been changed by the people in this room, and it's amazing. The last thing, just a reflection, is on the curriculum. I remember going to Clemson and feeling a little overwhelmed. When I got to that first calculus class, I had no idea what they were writing on the board, and I didn't even know how much I didn't know. I mean, I was behind. People from other states, New Jersey, New York, were around me. They were coming with 20 and 30 credit hours, and I was behind. And Shannon was behind too, and she was smart. She was, and what has changed in the last 10 years is truly remarkable. It's been slow, but Lance, I appreciate you being here from Clemson. I appreciate that. Lance scored a 5 on the AP Calculus exam, and that's he's smart, but that's not what's impressive. What's impressive is over half the class scored a 5 on the AP exam, and almost all of them passed it. And little old District 1 transformed and provided opportunities. When we brought forward the classes, made a decision 10 years ago to bring forward the classes, to give the opportunities to the students to take college credits. Lance is now taking, I don't know, golf or something, and where he's had the freedom because he brought in those credit hours. And I'm really proud of the way that has happened and what the district has done and how we offer now a competitive environment to what I grew up with. And I had a good education, but it's even better now. Spartanburg 1's a special place. It's worth protecting. It's a great place to inspire and educate your children. I'm proud of it. Looking ahead, you guys know how I feel about AI, right? And what's happening in the workplace, what's happening around us in the last 3 years is remarkable. And we absolutely must engage. We must become excellent so that our kids can compete and become excellent. And the other thing I noticed is a look around the corner is school choice. If you look at what we've traditionally thought about as trajectories for the schools with the number of houses that are going up in our area, well, a mystery to us is why isn't the attendance going up the same level? One reason is because of the birth rate. The other is school choice. What does that mean for us? It means we have to be the best to compete, to fill the schools, to provide the best education, and we have to change. And so, Board, I want to challenge you. Fund excellence in there. I really believe what Dr. Smith and the team here has put together with a balanced focus, on AI, but also on skills and working is the right strategy. And we need to embrace it and change the way we are so we can be excellent. Finally, I'm going to close. I want to share what's guided me throughout my service here, and that's my Christian faith. I believe that Christ died for my sin because I wasn't worthy. And because of his resurrection, he has made me free. And that belief gives me peace. It gives me hope. It's a message of transformation. It's a message of love. And that allows me to make decisions based on principles, not on politics. And that has been my focus. I hope, Board, it'll be yours as you continue. Make the difficult decisions for the betterment of the students and the teachers in this district. Thank you for allowing me to serve this remarkable district. I leave with an immense pride in what we've accomplished and with confidence that our best days are still ahead. May God continue to bless Spartanburg District 1 and all who's a part of our wonderful community.
Thank you, Mark. Again, one more thank you to Debbie Baker April Fowler, Mark Holden for wonderful years of service. This community thanks you, this school board thanks you, and this superintendent thanks you. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. Thank you to each and every one of you. We do appreciate you. You'll be missed. And we wish you the very best. Yeah, that's a great idea. Yeah. Those of you who are here for parts of the recognition, you're welcome to leave if you would like. But first, we want to get some pictures with families. So we'll take a break.
And that's a shame on me. Let's recognize our families. Gordon, will you please stand? This is Debbie Baker's husband, Gordon. Please give him a round of applause. There's too many Fowlers for me to go down the line, but with our Fowlers, Mura, and family, please stand. Thank you. April, that's your mom and the Fowler parents? One more applause. That's awesome. And then Mark Holden's family, Shannon and children and grandchildren. Because it is right. It is a sacrifice. It is a sacrifice for the family. It takes the family team to allow a board member to go serve. So thank you. At this time, we will take a short recess and we'll take some pictures. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to welcome everybody back. We will continue with our curriculum update. Mrs. Center.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members, Dr. Smith. I've placed a copy of the modified year-round calendar for the proposed 2026-2027 school year. Just a reminder that at the October board meeting, the proposed 2026-2027 modified year-round calendar was presented for your review and consideration. Just a quick note, there is a minor modification to this particular copy in comparison to the copy that you were looking at the October board meeting. If you'll look at the inclement weather days, those are just slightly different. So inclement weather days will be October the 15th, March the 15th, and June 1st. And that is the only minor modification. Just to review, that teachers, the first day for teachers would be July the 30th. The first day for students would be August the 6th. And we would have a fall break. That was different from our traditional calendar. And we would also have a midwinter break from February the 15th through February the 19th. And the last day for students would be May the 28th. And for teachers, it would be May the 31st. So tonight we are requesting that the board take action with a vote for the 2026-2027 school calendar. And I'll be glad to entertain any questions that you may have.
Should we call it year-round?
It's a modified.
It's a modified.
Modified.
It's not really year-round.
It is not year-round. Because truthfully, the return date is only really 2 days different than what we were calling the traditional
Right.
calendar.
Yeah, okay. But this is what all of Spartanburg has agreed on, right? Y'all gonna be glad when I'm gone, I know.
That is not true, Mr. Holden.
I'm good.
Yes, sir. It is.
There's no contract days that's changed.
No, ma'am.
Everything stayed the same.
Everything stays the same. Yes, ma'am.
I make a motion, we accept the countywide proposed calendar.
I second that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Holden, for the motion. Ms. Baker for the second. Having a motion and a second, do we have any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? It's unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Center. And next, we have Mr. Loso.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Dr. Smith. I appreciate the opportunity to come up here. I promise I will not sing. I might empty out the rest of the room. I really value this opportunity. I wanted to do it a lot sooner because we are so excited about the results that we have from this round of school report cards. Just a little background, the state does 2 embargo releases of this data, the first being the test score data, and the second being the report cards. And a little bit confusing, they are actually different sets of data. So to give you a little background before I go into my presentation, I want you to know that most of the data has come from the early release because that does not weed out some of our students. It accounts for all of our students. The state report card actually weeds out some of our students if we get them after day 45 or if they have a break in enrollment. I wanted to present the data of all of our students rather than just the school report card set of data. So just to give you a little background of what you'll see. So first and foremost, I want to touch on the elementary grades. And the elementary grades that I'm talking about are 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade as it in regards to our SC Ready scores. So when I put these numbers up, what we're talking about is our 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders. In the very top, you would see our ELA SC Ready percentage of meets and exceeds. These are the students that met the standards or above. So in third grade, we had 68.5%, which was 14.4% higher than last year's 54.1%, and we were 11th in the state. We were actually second in the county, 11th in the state. In fourth grade ELA SC Ready, we were at 61.2, which was a gain of 4.6% from 56.6, and we were 32nd in the state. We were actually fourth and fifth grade is one of the areas where we see a need for growth, and we have a very good plan for that. Fifth grade ELA, we were at 63.8%, which was a 9.9% gain from 53.9. My eyesight is the older I get, the worse it gets. So I'm trying to read that. We were 20th in the state in fifth grade ELA SC Ready. In addition, our math SC Ready in the third grade, we were at 66.1%, which was a 1.6% addition, and we were 11th in the state. So our third grade was very high performing. Our fourth grade was at 53.2%, which was a 2.5% gain, and we were 27th in the state. And then our fifth grade was at 55.9, a 2.5% gain from 53.4, and we were 16th in the state. Okay. For SC Ready Science, we were 47.6%, and we were 29th in the state. There was no correlation from last year because they did not give us scores from last year. So we could not compare to our last year's scores. So all of those scores gave us some really, really good school report cards. CGS was at 59 in their elementary school, which was up from 50. They moved from average to good. And Mr. Darby did not give himself credit. He was actually only 1.41 points away from excellent. So we're very excited with the progress made there. Holly Springs Motlow up from 53 to 58. Inman Intermediate School up from 49 to 54 to have a good report card. Since the inception of these 2018 report cards, they have never been at good. And so that's a very big achievement for IIS to make that jump. New Prospect moved from good to excellent from 56 to 62. And OP Earl went down just slightly from 48 to 46 and remains at average. From there, I'm going to move to our middle grades, which I correlate to 6th, 7th, and 8th. Luckily, with the passage of the referendum, that's where we're moving so that we can house these middle schools together as they should be. ELA SC Ready, we were at 63.1%, up 5.5%, and we were actually first in the county, 9th in the state. Very good performance by our middle schools. 7th grade ELA SC Ready was at 67.5, up 9.6. Again, first in the county, 6th in the state. 8th grade ELA SC Ready was at 61.2, up 12.5%, a huge gain. Again, we were second in the county, 11th in the state. So very, very strong performance from our middle schools. This is a little bit deceiving. We did drop in 2 of our grade levels in the middle school. We went from 48.5 down 1.9%, but we were actually first in the county, 12th in the state with that score. 7th grade math, we were down a little bit, 6.2% to be at 42.3. Again, first in the county, 9th in the state. And then our 8th grade was at 43.1, which was actually up 8.9%. And again, I know that's a low percentage, but we were first in the county, 7th in the state. What I will say as we end the SC Ready portion of it, there is a discrepancy between the ELA and the math. ELA got a new test this year. Math gets a new test this coming year. So they've identified, I saw a couple looks on your faces of how is 43.1 7th in the state. It's because of the test. And so they've modified the test to be a new test. And so we should see marked gains in those categories next year. I think you'll see a completely different set. SC Ready Science, we were 8th in the state, and we were at 58.6%. So again, in all of our middle school categories, we were either 12th or higher in the state. A fantastic performance by our middle schools. If you look at the county, we were actually first or second in 8 out of the 12 categories possible. So we're very proud of our middle schools. Actually, 8 out of the 12 was for 3rd through 8. Excuse me, I misspoke. Our middle schools, CGS, again, went from 48 to 54 to bring it up from average to good. Again, he did not give himself credit there because he was only 1.47 points away from excellent. LMS was from 48 to 54. They also were only 1.2 points away from excellent. And then Mabry Middle School, again, has not been at good for a few years, but they brought it back up to good from 48 to 49. And we are, is that 48? Yeah, 48 to 49, and we were good. So we're very proud of our middle schools making a lot of gains there, which I think will only be boosted by the move to a new Mabry Middle School and grouping those students together at Landrum, Mabry, and Campobello Grambling. Moving into our next section is our high schools, specifically our EOCs. And the algebra does not look great here, but it requires a little bit of explanation. We had 29.0% pass the EOC with a C or higher. The reason for that is because we've shifted the curriculum to include algebra at the high school level than at the middle school level. The middle schoolers can take different maths at the middle school level, so we've moved that. In that transition, these only account for students that had to repeat an Algebra 1 class. So that's the reason that it's so low. If you look at our school report card, it's actually going to say that 65.5% of our students in that cohort made a C or higher, because that cohort took it last year or the year before in middle school, and they finally got it accounted for. So that's just repeating students. So 71st in the state, but again, there's an explanation behind that. English 2 was at 71.9%, which was down 6.5%, and we were 25th in the state. Biology 1 was up 8.1% to be 49%, and U.S. History was up 7.2% to be 49%, 18th and 26th in the state respectively. So we obviously noticed that we can definitely make improvements at our high school level. In terms of the EOC, we have a great group in our curriculum department with Ms. Center, Ms. Driggers, and our 2 new secondary coaches to identify the needs in this area and make improvements from this point forward. I do think next year we're going to see a marked gain in those 4 subject areas. So our 2 high schools, unfortunately, Chapman did go down from a 69 to a 66, going from excellent down to good. However, they had the closest margin. They were only 0.65 points away from excellent. So we have an extreme opportunity to next year have a lot of excellent schools because we've identified weaknesses, we've targeted areas, we've had a report card boot camp to tell us what we need to focus on, where we need to find it, what students count, what students don't count, and what we can do to raise these scores. Landrum High School stayed at 70 and retains its excellent rating. Next, I really want to focus on our subgroups because I think this is something that we're really doing well, because our subgroups are areas of focus for us because they're students that achieve slightly lower than their counterparts that are not included in this subgroup. So I would like to talk about specific subgroups, starting with pupils in poverty. Now, I want to explain these numbers just a bit. This is the achievement gap. This is not their achievement. This is the achievement gap between students who are in poverty and students who are not in poverty. So in 2023, they were at 24.21. We've dropped that gap to 21.47. So you want to see the gap drop, and that's what we're doing. In math, we've gone from 22.41 to 21.36. Again, steadily moving that gap in a much smaller direction, specifically with our Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 interventions. And like I said, Ms. Center, her team are on it. They are in, like Mr. Darby also said, they're meeting, talking about specific kids. So we're giving every child what they need when they need it. Our next demographic is going to be our multilingual learners. This is something that we're very proud of. Ms. Goins does a great job with our MLPS teachers and our MLL students. Our ELL gap from 2023, MLL gap in 2023 in ELA went from 31.02 down to 23.57 in 2025. In math, it went from 18.16, and we are down to a 12.46% gap between MLL students and non-MLL students.
Excuse me.
Yep.
I had a quick question.
Yes,
Can you
sir.
go back to pupils in
I
poverty?
can, yes, sir.
Are those math scores statistically significant, or is it pretty much the same? I know they're different, but are they really different? Is the question.
Are the math scores of who?
Is a difference between 2.8 and 21.8 and 21.36? Is that
it's-
statistically different?
Because we have a large subset of pupils in poverty, it does turn out to be a subset of several students, more than a handful for sure. I'm not sure that I understand what you're asking.
Okay, yeah, that's a lot of times you get caught in wanting numbers to move in a certain direction, and
Sure.
you know, a little small change like that, you're like, okay, well, I'm definitely doing good, but the standard deviation around it is, you know, 1 or 2 units, and so what it would say if it's not statistically different is we're pretty much staying the same.
Yes.
So just, and next year it could come to 21.9, but oh gosh, what have I done wrong? Nothing. It's
Right.
pretty much the same.
No, this is a small gap, but we definitely don't want to see it grow. And statistically, with the standard deviation, you are not seeing as many students. However, if we put a number on it, there are less students now. There are more
Yeah.
students scoring higher, according to their
Good.
counterparts.
The reason for asking is to explore that and find
Absolutely.
out, is it really different? Because it may change your strategy.
Yes, sir.
You may find out I am making a difference, or I'm pretty much where I have always been.
So we have gone child by child
Mm-hmm.
to see if we are moving each child up in their individual range of does not meets to approaches. We want to move, we call them bubbles. We want to move them from one bubble to the next. And so our strategy is always to give them what they need, and we're hoping that these numbers validate that. But yes, this is a small jump. I have talked about multilingual learners. Now I'm going to talk about special education. We obviously see a little bit of a discrepancy here that we want to identify. We are not reducing the gap. Specifically in ELA, there's a much larger gap than we'd like to have. Again, there's a new test there that we're evaluating. Did the test create an issue? Also, I think that the curriculum in math that we've adopted a year ahead of time might be a little bit of an anomaly with these students. But I do think that special education is going to be one of our focuses, especially with the building of the new schools, the structure of that, how we distribute those special education populations. Ms. Goins is doing a great job of identifying specific needs in those areas so that we can target the instruction to those traditionally lower achieving students so that we can cut this gap way more than we have. Okay. Next, we're looking at race and ethnicity, specifically African American. From 23 to 25, we went from 21.86 to 16.8. And in math, we went from 23.46 to 14.56. I do think that those are large gains to be proud of in terms of identifying students, specifically low achieving students, and identifying what they need. We are giving every student, regardless of their demographic or subgroup, what they need so that we can have them on par with everyone else. And our last demographic is...
Excuse me, I have a question.
Of course, yeah. I'll go back.
Is this even more statistically significant? Did they have the new test as well?
They did. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
thanks.
Yep. They did, and it's a small population, so gains are very significant for us. Percentage points are hard to come by. Oop, I went backwards one. Race and ethnicity, Hispanic. We went from 18.58, again a small increase, back down to a decrease of 17.37. Not as much as our math gains of 18.15 down to 12.64 over the course of 2 years. So we are making gains, and those are the end of our subgroups. We are making gains in terms of identifying students that are low achieving statistically and providing them with the instruction that they need. Next, I want to move on to our accomplishments. 90% of our report cards were rated good or excellent. I say report cards instead of schools because there's an anomaly there. Campbell Grambling gets 2, and Inman Elementary School gets none. So we have 10 report cards for 9 schools. So 90% of ours were rated good or excellent. In the time since 2018, since the accountability ratings came out, we have never been that high. We've actually never been over 70%. So we're very proud of that. 8 report card ratings either held or improved. We only had 2 schools that reduced their overall report card rating score. And then 5 report card ratings, there's a little typo there, sorry. 5 report card ratings increased their category weighting from average to good or from good to excellent. Very proud of that. And lastly, last slide, we had a 94.4% graduation rate, which was the second highest percentage for us ever, second only to last year. Also, we were 6th in South Carolina. We were actually, if you take away the 3 iterations of the governor's school, we were 3rd in South Carolina. Those 3 had a 100% graduation rate, and then a couple schools above, a couple districts above us, and we were very, very proud of that. We had an 87.2% who received a career-ready certificate, which was levels 2 through 5. The report card only identifies 3rd through 5, but the state reports receiving level 2 through level 5 certificates. 87.2, which was 17.8% higher than the state average. And then we had 65.5% ELA SC ready meets and exceeds expectation. That is our highest percent ever. So we are very proud of the accomplishments of our students, our staff, our school district. It takes everybody in this school district to get these results, but I give so much credit to our students. They buckled down, they worked hard, they had good instruction, and they really tried their hardest. And I say this with every ounce of confidence. I will stand here next year, given the opportunity, and we will put these scores to shame, because there is so much work being done in these schools by these adults and children that we will succeed more than we did this year, and we are extremely proud of these results. So I thank you for your time. I'm open for questions from anybody. All right.
It would be interesting to know the gaps identified and the strategies connected with the gaps. From a school board standpoint,
Sure.
I think the group is interested in knowing, we've done a great job, fantastic. We expect to do a great job.
Yes, sir.
We want to be excellent. But what are the gaps and what are we doing about it, and just talk about it, I think would be interesting to the board.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
I would just like to include that under the percentages of the students, how many do we actually have that fit into that category?
Yeah.
So I know that these certain areas may have a large number and some
Right.
may have a smaller number. So if maybe we
Yeah.
could have that added, or they could have that added to.
Yeah, we
what
have
that would be.
about 400 ML students, about 800 special ed students. 740 special education students. We're about 10% African American, and pupils in poverty were around about 57, 58%. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
I would like to say thank you to our staff. This was a great year last year. Of course, this is last year's results. As Josh has told you, we're working even harder this year because it's not about the report card. It's about changing our children's skill level and student achievement. That's the end game. And actually, I appreciate the report card because it makes you look at so many different parts of the child. It looks at growth. It looks at their skill level. It makes you look at ML students. It makes you look at special education students. It looks at college and career ready. We were 18 points above the college career win test, that win test. So the question is, 94% graduation rate's great, but what can they do? Well, in District 1 last year, 18 points above the average, I believe was it 87%, Josh, that got that certificate. And that's a math and an English test showing that they've got the skill. So that's not just a number. That's something that our children earned and showed the skill they have walking across the stage at Landrum or Chapman. But to celebrate, because we've been waiting to release these scores forever. We had such grand plans weeks ago to honor our teachers and our staff, but we held on to those because of the embargo. But we started the celebration this morning. I wish we'd have looked at the weather forecast. We did not realize it was going to be sub-freezing today, and tomorrow's going to be worse. But we were able to find a sponsor to donate money, and we are doing this from that donation. We're taking a coffee truck to every school and donuts from Krispy Kreme. And we're taking coffee and donuts to all of our schools over the course of this week and next week. And I pray to the good Lord above that it gets warmer quickly, because we near froze to death this morning. But just to honor all, and it's all staff. It's not just teachers. It's all staff. It takes everybody. It takes everybody to move the needle. And the thing I'm most proud of this year is we're going granular. And you've heard many people to talk already about individual students and what we're doing individually. Because you can't move the needle unless you know your students and know what needs they have. So the word for the year is granular. And how do we get granular with our students? And we're just, that's happening. So Josh is right. Next year, it's going to be even better. I hold to that, because last year we just took a good swing at it and really didn't get granular. We had a lot of grand ideas, but didn't focus individually. And this year we're focusing individually, and next year could be a really, really special year. But thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Ms. McDowell had her hand up, and I was not paying attention.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go right
But
ahead.
she does have 3 questions. I think the first one may be similar to what Mr. Holden's question was, but I'll read them verbatim. What is being done additionally for the students in all achievement gaps? Is there a way to monitor the progress of these gaps outside of iReady, and how are we engaging parents?
Yes.
All right. Erica, you want to
Yeah, you.
speak to that? What was the first question, Billy? Go.
What is being done additionally for the students in all achievement gaps?
So as a district, as Mr. Darby alluded to earlier during the meeting today, we hold something called STARS meetings, Successfully Teaching and Reaching Students. And that is a district initiative that we hold at every school. He just happened to name his something a little more creative with CGS4, but the same concept. So we meet at least twice a year, sometimes 3 at some schools. And we look at students that are performing 25th percentile in iReady and below. And we also use multiple data points, because we do know that iReady is just one piece of data, and it is one day in the life of a student. And so we look at things like numerical grades. How is the child performing in class? Just daily performance. That is an important data point. And from that, we determine if the student needs Tier 2 interventions. And that can happen with an interventionist in a pull-out model, where they're actually pulled out of class for about a 30-minute intervention, or the teacher is also an interventionist. And so during that Tier 2 time, which is about 30 to 40 minutes every day, either their general education teacher or an interventionist is pulling those students for daily intervention. And then we meet to discuss those students after a cycle, and a cycle is anywhere from 8 to 10 weeks roughly, and we see how the child is performing. Our hope is that we are seeing improvement, so that we can take that child out of a Tier 2 intervention and just leave them in that strong Tier 1 90-minute block for ELA and math intervention time. But if the child is not, if they're still, we still have concerns, then we keep them in that Tier 2 intervention. We maybe try something different. One of these strategies that we often use in ELA is Orton Gillingham. All of our interventionists have been trained with OG, And we find that that intervention strategy is one that we have found huge success with in our district. So I think in a nutshell, it boils down to constant conversation about students and looking at the data. That was a great question.
Amy, Ms. Triggers, will you speak from the secondary perspective on that first question until we get to question 2 and 3? Because that was a great reflection for our elementary, but just share what's happening this year with secondary,
Okay.
please.
It's a similar model as far as pulling students out. It looks a little bit different because of the high school Carnegie units and requirements there. But both high schools, I'll speak to them first because middle school follows a similar intervention time where they pull out during the day for identified students. In high schools, they have both. At Landrum High School, they call it tutorial time, and at Chapman High School, they have roar time. And that's about a 30-minute period each day where students are going back to their teachers depending on the content. So it can be self-directed. The child can choose to go, but generally they're being required to come back to their teachers for additional time, help, interventions. We also have some tutoring that's occurring from our academic coaches, which are new this year. We're very, very grateful for. They're even doing some work with some students as well. So it follows a similar model. In high school, we don't have iReady. We don't have those measuring sticks. We have to lean more on assessments that we have in classrooms. And so we're getting that information from their performance, not necessarily from a diagnostic exam like you might see in the elementary levels.
Yeah, and Amy's been working hard to align the curriculum in our high schools. Keep in mind, we've not had a secondary director for secondary ed in years, probably 10 plus years, and she has brought her wealth of experience to the high school level, and then adding the 2 coaches for our professional development standpoint has just been amazing. Y'all were able at a board lunch one day to hear from one of those coaches.
Yes, sir. And if I may add as well, we have a comprehensive professional development plan that's increasing competence with our teachers on how to serve those students. You know, when we went to school growing up, I'm not going to tell how long ago for me, but, you know, it was the teacher delivered the lessons, the students went home. That was how it was done. So there's not a lot of secondary schools that are doing a pull-out model or a workshop model or small group model in secondary. So we've built our PD plan around showing teachers how it can be done, not just in a first grade classroom, which was where I visited and saw it for the first time in Peggy Edwards' class and learned that, like, oh, I could do that in biology. We have had an outstanding response from our teachers who were like taking it and running. People that I walk by their classrooms that I've seen for 20 years that have been doing it the same way for 20 years. And I look in the glass and I'm like, is that a small group? And I kind of look again, and it is. So teaching them that that's not an elementary construct, that that's for big kids too, has been something we've been working on all year. And it's taking root. And we're using those teachers to help grow it with their colleagues. And using them, as a matter of fact, our November PD is teacher features. So teachers who've learned things and tried it with their kids are now teaching their colleagues this month in PD instead of coming from us.
We've been getting solid results for years in District 1 in middle school and high school with just off the backs of our teachers, which they're so wonderful. But now that we're giving our teachers professional development, targeted professional development, I know we were leading the league in the county in middle school. Just to shout out, 5 out of the 6 in grades 6 through 8, number 1 in District 1. However, those numbers for meet and exceed were still below 50%, and that's not acceptable. We're not about that. We're about our children having the skills. So all that to say, you folks haven't seen anything yet. The middle schools and high school, they're going to take off because we're able to. Amy has done a wonderful job with her team. When I hired her last year, she said, Mark, you got to give me at least 2 people. Give me at least 2 people, and we can make this thing happen. And she has been true to her word, and we are advancing the cause of achievement in high school and middle school just because we've never been able to present a comprehensive plan to support our teachers, and now we've got that plan. And she's right, we have some veteran teachers that are having aha moments for instruction. You know how cool it is to see a veteran get excited about learning something new? So good job with that.
Yes, sir.
And
Thank
what
you.
was question 2, Billy?
May I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mark, y'all might remember in April, did we, at the last COGNIA Did they not talk about we needed to do the curriculum alignment? Was that one of the recommendations?
Yes. Yes, ma'am, it
Pretty
was.
sure, okay.
Yes, ma'am, and so we've been working on those as well, creating curriculum and pacing guides for all of the grade levels. They're not all going to be complete at once,
Right,
but we
right.
have been working on that at the same time.
That's exciting.
Because that is, part one is what are we supposed to be doing? You know, and is everybody doing that thing? So last year I spent a lot of time looking and trying to figure out what's happening where and why. And then now we've got a plan and we've started that. We have them in all of the math curriculum 6 through 8, ELA 6 through 8, biology, US history. We're making gains. The other ones have old curriculum guides, but these are all going to be uniform. They look the same, they sound the same, they speak the same language, and we're using a lot of AI to help us to make sure that the standards say this, my expert teachers are saying this, are we connecting those things? So we're on it. It may not be all of it by Cognia,
They're
but it'll
starting
be
to
a
create
large
some
percent-
common
percent.
assessments as well.
Yep.
I mean, Amy's got a tremendous plan to bring all this together so that we can move the needle, maybe break the needle. I think the needle's in doubt.
Okay.
I'd be afraid if I was the needle. But what was the second question? Okay.
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
How are we engaging parents?
Well, many of our elementary schools are Title I schools, and they actually have parent engagement money that is allocated for having things like literacy nights, STEAM nights, where we're educating parents, giving our students little backpacks of books that can actually be differentiated based on their reading levels that can go home with those parents. That's just one of many things. And even schools that are not our Title I schools are hosting things like literacy nights, STEAM nights, with the upcoming holidays, Thanksgiving, having opportunities for students to write with their families, just constantly giving parents information on the importance of reading with their children and speaking with their children and the impact of our SURDET programs. I think that we're going to see leaps and bounds of progress from those students once those students that started our SURDET program enter third grade and we get those SC Ready scores, because we are building a great foundation with our full day 4K programs. Very proud of that.
Yeah. Was that everything? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, may I have a comment? I wanted to ask our curriculum ladies, Ms. Driggers, and if you have benchmarks along the way, of course, as you were working through this. When you reach those benchmarks, do you just feel like celebrating as you're
Yes.
developing?
Yes, we actually have a meeting this week with our EOC Biology 1 group and our Social Studies group, US History, where we're going to be evaluating their first round of benchmarks that they created as a group to decide, yes, we feel like those are appropriate, no, they're not, and to use them with their students now for review for their fall EOCs. So I do believe we're headed that way. I will tell you something about us, and I hope I don't speak too much for you, Erica, but I believe in doing things right, not quick. We want to do it properly, and so evaluating, and if we're saying these benchmarks are demonstrating student knowledge, we got to vet them. So using tools to make sure that what we're asking and that information that we're feeding our teachers is appropriate. So they're coming along, but it's not something that you can just subscribe to, not just something you can produce offhand. It takes a lot of time. But those benchmarks, I tell you what, the benchmarks I'm using is teacher buy-in, and right now it's high. And I wasn't sure how that would feel when you come in after not having those things for a while. But they're excited, and they're excited to work with their colleagues. That's what I'll use as my benchmark currently, because teachers who are excited create kids who are excited.
And that's amazing work, because we've never had anything like that at the high school level. So it's amazing. So yes, we get very excited, Mr. Vanderford.
Well, something I would like to see, the reports that you all have made tonight is Dr. Smith has been telling us all along, you're just not going to believe. Next year we're going to be blowing the top out, and I'm thinking, how are we going to do this? I would love to hear from y'all from time to time, 5 minutes, and say, this is something great that has happened. We need to hear that, because we are approached with numbers, we're approached with a budget, and it's just like pulling numbers out of the air in a lot of cases and say, well, I guess they need about $100,000 for this, but I want to know what you're doing. And I'm tremendously, I know I don't tell it, I never show that I'm excited, but I'm excited about everything that I have heard from you folks tonight, and this man has been right. But I want to hear it. I just don't want to say, you're going to inherit $1 million, but I want to know the date it's coming in. You know, I want to know something about these good things to know this is developing and this is great. And when that Lacey brings those numbers around, I'm not going to have to go, oh God, you know, where does all this money go? How much? You know, I'm not used to spending on those sizable numbers, but if I knew, and I've talked with some of the other board members, if we could just, not all of you at one time, because, you know, we'll be here till midnight, which wouldn't be bad because we're celebrating what our goals are and achieving them. But if we were just fed bits of information through the year, now this is not going to set the woods on fire, but something really good happened. And this is where we are in this program. And if you'll recall, when we shared the school report card, we only had a little bit to go. Well, we have surpassed that. And I'm thinking, yeah. And the next time you come around and a parent is talking, and well, we need this at such and such, and this at such and such, and you know, they think we can just mash a button and we got that power as a singleton to throw you all that money, and it just doesn't work that way. But I would like to know some of these things as we go from January, and you know, it's rush to get all of this stuff in, and that's a good thing that we do get it in. But stopping to smell the roses and not being in a rush, and we've been fed these great success stories a little bit at a time, then we can ride that high with you, and instead of just saying, well, yeah, it sounds really good. Now I'm just speaking for me, and no one has asked me to speak for them, but that would really, I'm excited about what you're doing. I'm glad my grandkids are in this system. Don't want them anywhere else. I got 3 that's out, but I'm trying my best to get them back in.
Before you ladies step away, I want to add something really quickly in connection with the question that she asked about the parental involvement. I think just from experience on the high school level, I get an email weekly from my high school student through the Google Classroom that lets me know where my student is performing. And so I think that would help Wanda's also with that. And you ladies are probably familiar with that, but I think that's really great engagement. So if she doesn't tell me about what's going on throughout the week, that Google Classroom will let me know if she struggled. And then I've also had a teacher or two send me an email and state, we're missing this. She needs to come through Power Hour, which I think is another phenomenal benefit to our high school students, is that they have that Power Hour time frame to take an extra 30 minutes or so to go back and catch up or get tutoring from that teacher or extra help from that teacher. So I just wanted to add that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did we, Mr. Rollins,
Go ahead.
did we stop to say good job?
Shout out to our teachers.
Thank you, Ms. Driggers, Ms. Center, Mr. Loso, and Dr. Smith. Thank you. And we do appreciate all the faculties and staff and the students and the families, the parents at home. Our next item will be the finance update. Ms. Brady. For some more good news.
Yeah, more good news, absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'm going to turn over to Mr. Brian Nicholson. I'm going to hand out these results for you that he will present.
Well, good evening, Board, Mr. Chairman, Dr. Smith. I've got a little handout here to kind of go over the results of the 2025 audit. I believe everybody was given a PDF of the audit report as well. Some unique things going on this year, which I'll get to here in a minute. But here's a little brief agenda. I'll go over the engagement team, the results, some financial information, and then as I'm going through, I know I've got comments and questions at the end, but if you have any throughout, just let me know. So, just to reintroduce myself, my name is Brian Nicholson of Malden Jenkins. We're based out of Columbia. I was the lead director for the district's 2025 audit, and Trey Scott was the quality control review partner. I've got Ms. Rachel Allen here, who was one of our lead seniors on the engagement as well. The results of the 2025 audit. So some of the things you'll see in here is we will issue and we anticipate issuing. One of the unique things going on this year is the district reports a single audit reporting package every year. Due to the federal funding that the district receives, if you expend over $750,000 in federal awards or federal expenditures, you have to undergo a single audit. However, our testing is based on what we call the compliance supplement. And for fiscal year 2025, it is based on the 2025 supplement. That has not been released yet. Typically, the timing of that, we usually get a draft in April. We did get a draft, and we have done all of our testing and our procedures based on that draft. A final is typically issued in May or June. We're sitting here in November. We have not gotten that final supplement yet. Therefore, we cannot fully release our opinions at this time. However, we do not anticipate any changes in the report. We will have a clean opinion. We will have a clean single audit report, and I'll kind of go over that here as well. So that's the little unique thing this year compared to last. And unfortunately, our hands are kind of tied with the federal government at this time. So we conducted our audit in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards and government auditing standards. We were engaged to provide reasonable, not absolute assurance that the financial statements are materially correct. We will have a clean or an unmodified opinion over the district's 2025 financial statements. We have no material weakness to report, no significant deficiencies to report. And if you go to the next slide, this kind of covers the single audit, which I've talked a little bit about. One of the things I do want to point out here is you'll notice that we say the district did not qualify as a low-risk auditee. So whenever you have a financial statement finding that's either a material weakness or a single audit finding, you're essentially a high-risk auditee for 2 years. Last year you had no findings, this year you have no findings. So while you are not a low-risk auditee this year, you will be a low-risk auditee next year. So you go back to that kind of low-risk grade level at that point. We did test the child nutrition cluster, which kind of covers those meals that Mr. Holden was talking about during COVID that was passed out. That was approximately $3.6 million in expenditures, and that covered around 49% of the total schedule of expenditures of federal awards. As a high-risk auditee, we have to test at least 40 of that. And when you go back to that low risk next year, we only have to test 20% of the entire CFA. So a little bit less work on the district as far as getting ready for the audit, and it kind of alleviates some of the documents that they have to pull when you go back to that low risk threshold as well. And similar to the independent auditors report, we will have a clean opinion, no federal award findings, no significant deficiencies or material weaknesses as well. The main thing I want to point out here is you'll notice the district implemented GASB Statement 101 for compensated absences. In prior years, the district was not required to accrue sick leave or account for sick leave due to it not vesting with the employees. With GASB 101, you're required to kind of reevaluate that. The idea of vesting kind of is thrown out the door. And so that did have a material effect on the district's financial statements. And you'll see there's a footnote in the draft that kind of goes over that restatement and that effect. So the main thing I want to talk about here is there were no past audit adjustments. And what that means is, we have materiality thresholds. All adjustments were posted by the district. And at the end of our audit, we do request certain representations. We will get those representations. We can't currently do that yet until we can issue the actual final report, and we can't do that, again, until that supplement comes out, so.
Because you don't have the final report and the audit is due to the state December 1st, is that going to hold that up?
I'm glad you asked that. So I know everyone is always concerned with the December 1st deadline. I do hate the fact that we cannot issue that right now. I think this would probably be one of the earliest the district has been able to issue. That just goes to show the hard work that Lacey and her team has put into this, and we certainly appreciate that coming from the audit side. As far as the state's concerned, it is a lot of work to break those pieces apart. So they want a final draft by December 1st, which y'all will have. And then as of now, because there's anticipated no changes between the draft supplement, of which our testing has been based on at this point, and the final, they're going to allow for 30 days for you to upload that final report. In y'all's situation, because we have completed our quality control review, what we have to do as the auditors, we have to do some extended audit procedures, read the minutes, stuff like that. Nothing material as far as getting additional information from y'all. And then we will review the final supplement just to confirm there are no changes. And if there are, we may have to test something additionally. And at that point, the district may extend that 30-day deadline. But if there are no changes, I would expect y'all's single audit report, the final, to be issued within like 7 to 10 days. So, but yeah, y'all will not be dinged for not submitting a final. You will meet all the deadlines at this point that they put out there with the current situation. So. The main thing I want to point out on this slide, I'm not going to read everything, but that last bullet point, auditor independence, our professional standards require that we are independent of the district and we maintain a level of independence throughout the audit, and we have maintained that level of independence. Some financial information here. So this is the general fund balance, kind of a 5-year look back. The general fund, as everybody knows, is the main operating fund of the district. And you'll see ending fund balance at around $24.9 million. That's an increase over last year of about $2.8 million. And as you can see over the last 5 years, the district has had steady increases in fund balance. And a lot of people ask, what is the use of the fund balance and why are we building these reserves? And that really just goes to what is Spartanburg One's initiatives. And it sounds like y'all have got multiple buildings and schools that y'all will be building here. Which now you do have a reserve should you need to use it as well. This next slide, I know it's a little bit blurry, so if you're looking at the handout, it's probably a little easier to read. But this just goes to show the ins and outs, and I'm going to flip to it in mine as well, of the general fund balance sheet and income statement. You'll see total assets around $29.6 million. Of that, you've got cash and cash equivalents of $873,000, and you got cash held at the county of $18.6 million. Total increase in net position or fund balance was $2.8 million, going from that $22 and $57,000 to that $24.9. And if you actually look at the draft that's been given, you'll see the balance sheet income statement for obviously all the funds as well.
One quick question. Lacey can answer this too, probably. Cash held at the county, that's what we drew all that interest off of that he paid out this last time. Okay. Thank you.
So this next slide, we've talked about GASB 101. Did have a material effect on the district's financial statements, and you'll see that, I believe, in the last footnote of the financial statements. New GASB's coming up for the future years is GASB 103, Financial Reporting Model Improvements. GASB is really trying to increase the information to the readers. It's going to affect the management discussion and analysis, which is written by management, just to provide a little more insight, a little more useful information, some more comparative data for the users. And then it's going to change the financial statement presentation should you report business type activities, which District 1 does not. But those are the two major changes. And they're not really changes on how things are accounted for, which is more of what GASB 101 was. It's more of a presentation type change. So really just to provide more useful information to the readers. This is more informational. We do provide free quarterly CPE. About 30 years ago, when we were really getting into the government space, we noted that we really needed to invest back in our clients. So this is free of charge to all of our clients. Most of the information is financial based, but every now and then we do have more board focused CPE. So if y'all are interested, ever want to get on that, either let me know or let Lacey know, and we can get added to those emails as well. Before I open up for any comments or questions, I do want to thank Lacey and her team for the hard work that they put in. You know, unfortunately, an audit, just by the nature of it, is an invasive process. We ask for a lot of information, and unfortunately, you have to give us all that information. So we appreciate the hard work that they put in that allows us to let us do what we need to do, to where we would have had a report date in October this year had we had the compliance supplement. But that just goes to show, along with the board members here, after sitting in the back all evening, that District 1 cares. And you can tell when we come in here to do the audit that it shows. So with that, any comments, any questions?
I have one question. This is regarding, Lacey, when we spoke about moving from fund balance about 10 million over, is that reflected last year or this year? When will that be? Where is that reflected?
It is reflected in the 24-25. So in the actual financial statements
Okay.
themselves, we have committed $12 million
Okay.
to the general fund balance for future building
Facilities, yes, okay. All right, thank you. I want to make sure I have my year right.
I'd like to make a comment that as far as being a non-financial person, this to me was easy to read and very informative in a language I could understand. We've had good audits in the past, of course, but I really thought that y'all did a great job with that, so thank you.
Well, thank you.
Any other discussion? Absolutely. And Mr. Nicholson, thank you for the report. Thank you for the audit, and we appreciate your patience tonight waiting.
No, it was
for your
excellent.
presentation.
I should have brought my girls here for that,
Yeah.
for that presentation. So, all right. Well, y'all have a good evening. I will, like I said, if y'all have any questions that you couldn't think of here, don't hesitate to ask. So,
Thank you very much. And thank you as well, Ms. Brady. And now
Thank you,
you're
Mr.
back up.
Chairman. And thank you, Mr. Nicholson and Rachel. They were really awesome to work with, so. Okay. Next again? Okay. And just for, in an effort to make sure we keep the board informed with no surprises, administration would like the board to give consideration to the employee Christmas appreciation gift, which we will formally request from the board at the December meeting. As in previous years, the Spartanburg 1 Board of Trustees has voted to provide a $100 Christmas appreciation gift to employees as a token of gratitude for their dedication and their service. The proposed appreciation gift will not exceed $120,000 in total, and it will be funded from district reserves. And again, we are not bringing this as a recommendation this evening. It's more just for consideration before we come to the December board meeting.
When you're saying district reserves,
That would be fund balance.
why would you need to take it from fund balance? Did we not budget for that?
No,
No,
ma'am.
we took it out.
We took
it out.
We took it out again?
We tried to.
During our one of our panic times with the funding, I remember us talking about it, and when we were trying to move some things around and try to get the budget balanced, that was one of the things that we did take out for 25-26.
So, but if we end up with carryover like we have this year, it's
Right.
not an issue.
I think what you would see from a financial statement, as of right now, I do believe that we'll have enough revenue to cover that. But what you could potentially see is where, you know, we had approved expenditures of, I can't remember the exact amount, whatever that number is, you know, you could exceed that by 120 million at most. 120,000, right. Right.
Those would be big bonuses.
We want one of those.
Excuse me, 120,000. But then again, you know, we may end up with some savings, you know, and
Your
it
revenue
could,
may come in, yeah.
right.
Okay.
So, okay, all right. Okay.
I think it's shown tonight that our people, our staff and leaders have done a tremendous job educating over the past year.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So we don't need to do anything, it's just plugging it in your head for December.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I remember vividly. I do not like surprises, so I was just putting it out there. And I know we'll have 3 new board members, but still like to give you a month heads up.
But that action in December would keep everything on track still in time for the holiday.
Yes, sir. We will be prepared. So, okay. All right. All right. Oh, 100%. It's Christmas.
Thank you, Ms. Brady.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, our next item is executive session for the discussion of proposed land acquisition and the superintendent's evaluation. So we would entertain a motion to go into executive session.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we enter into executive session.
Thank you, Ms. Fowler. We have a motion,
Second.
and we have a second. Thank you, Ms. Baker. A motion and a second. Any discussion? If not, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you. And yes, thank you. We will be
Bathroom
entering
break,
executive
real quick.
session. And let's take about a quick break.
Oh, yes, sir. Thank you. We need one.
we come out of executive session? Oh. Mr. Chairman, I vote we go home, please. Mr. Chairman, I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Holden, for the motion. Thank you, Ms. Fowler, for the second. We have a motion to come out of executive session. Is there, and a second, is there any discussion? All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you, Ms. McDowell. We got you. And now, I would entertain a motion that no action was taken.
I'd like to make a motion, no action was taken.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. We have a motion, no action was taken, and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, it's unanimous.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that the superintendent's contract provisions and board policy has been satisfied. The board has evaluated the superintendent per policy on a rating scale that is satisfactory or unsatisfactory. The board has rated our superintendent as satisfactory.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. We have a motion that
I second.
and a second. Thank you, Mr. Skinner. So we have a motion and a second that Dr. Smith has received a satisfactory evaluation. Thank you. All those in favor, please, or is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? It's unanimous.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion that we adjourn.
Thank you, Ms. Fowler. We have a motion to adjourn.
I second.
Thank you, Ms. Hopper. We have a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank y'all.